I haven't received the record. Good?
Yes, Chair, the meeting is live.
All right, great. Thank you. Welcome, everybody. Today is September 20th, 2021 for our September meeting of the Board of Police Commissioners. And before I start, I'd like to acknowledge that we are on Mi'kma'ki, the unceded and ancestral land of the Mi'kmaq people, and we are all treaty people. So welcome, I'll call the meeting to order. Before we get going, I'd like to just make sure that we have all of our commissioners' technology and audio working, starting with Commissioner Blackburn.
There we go. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome. Glad to be here and be part of the swearing in of our new commissioners, and our thanks to our outgoing Commissioner Carlos. So thank you so much, and looking forward to working today.
Thank you, Commissioner Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm pleased to be here as well, and my well wishes as well to Carlos. And I hope that whatever your next adventure is, that you'll remember us fondly when you get in there and realize that this was a lot of work. Listen, take care, and welcome to the new member.
Commissioner Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to say welcome to the new swearing in of the guys we're getting today. Look forward to working with all you. And Carlos, gonna miss you a lot. Hopefully we'll chat some more along the way. We'll meet each other, brother, in the community somewhere. So take care of yourself, brother.
Commissioner McDougall.
Thank you very much. And I want to echo everyone's comments about saying a fond farewell to Carlos, but only through the commission, and hope we meet again on different community initiatives. And welcome to our new commissioners. It's pretty exciting to have new people join us and new ideas. So looking forward to this. Feels like it's been a long time since we met. So glad to be back at it.
Thank you. Commissioner Akinduju. Now, Yemi, I want you to first say it for all of us so we make sure we get it right. And the next time we don't have to ask you.
Don't worry. I don't think you will ever get it right. It's you can say it in French. It's Yemi Akindoju. That's the phrase. Akindoju.
Thank you. Akindoju. Great.
Just call me Yemi or Yum Yum Sweet.
You and me both, Yemi.
That's what my mom calls me, Sweet, when I'm good. So it's nice to meet everyone. My name is Yemi Akindoju, and thanks for giving me the opportunity to serve on the commission. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Commissioner. And Commissioner Critchley.
Thanks so much, Mr. Chair, and thanks to all the commissioners for their kind words. And especially thanks also to Carlos for his work on the board.
Great, and you can hear me. So we're going to just do a quick presentation to our outgoing member, Mr. Beals, and I'll echo everyone else's sentiments. Thank you for your commitment, and we've known each other and our families for a long time. So I know that even though you're done here, you're not going to stop doing work for the community and being connected to the work related to not just police, but community in general. So appreciate your service, and I believe I will pass it on to our chiefs to do a virtual presentation. And I'll start with Chief Costello since I see you on the screen.
Okay, thank you, Chair, and a big thank you to you, Carlos, from the Halifax Regional Police. It's been great working with you over the past couple of years. I've really enjoyed your commitment and your passion, and most of all, your desire to make a positive difference with your time on the board. So thank you very much for everything that you have done. We wish you all the best in the future, and we will be reaching out, Chief Superintendent Gray and I, in the near future to get together with you, and we've got a couple small tokens of our appreciation. So thank you for everything, and welcome to the two new members that have just come on the board.
Great. Great.
Commissioner Beals, thank you very much for all your time, your commitment.
not only to the board, but to our communities as well. I've enjoyed working with you, your perspective, your opinions. And so definitely good luck in the future for whatever you have on your path moving forward. And of course, we've arranged for our virtual presentation when we have a moment. But again, thank you very much, Carlos. I've really enjoyed working with you.
Thank you.
Thank you both chiefs and commissioners for your words. And we'll definitely see you again in the future, Mr. Beals. Appreciate your commitment and joining us today. I'm not sure if you have any final words you want to leave with us before you leave us.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay. I just want to say thank you so much to everyone that I've had the privilege of connecting with over the past few years. I'm deeply grateful for having this opportunity and the privilege to represent my community in the entire province. And I want to say a special thank you to Steve Craig for selecting me and believing in me at the time and ensuring that my community had a voice at the table. And congratulations to the new incoming commissioners. And one thing that I want to leave you all with is that remember that when times get hard, only love can drive out darkness. So thank you, everybody.
Wise words as always. Appreciate it. All right. See you later. Thank you so much. All right. So moving on to our other business, swearing in of our commissioners. So Mr. Goff, you're gonna take it away from here, and I'll let you run the show.
Excellent. So Mr. Critchley and Mr. Akintoju, I understand you have a copy of the oath of office in front of you. And the procedure is that I will administer the oath or the affirmation, and then you will sign the oath and hold it up for me to see. And then I understand we will take receipt of it via courier at some point in the very near future. And I've explained, I'll explain to you just the difference between the solemn affirmation or an oath, a sworn oath. One is on a sacred text, often the Bible or otherwise. The affirmation does not involve that. I will start with Mr. Critchley. Mr. Critchley, would you like to be sworn or affirmed?
I will affirm. I have a little technical difficulty, which I don't have the printed thing, but I can come in and do it. I can read it out if you like, and then come in and have you witness it at a time that works for you. So there's a misunderstanding just in the communication between myself and Andrea as to when I had to have the document printed.
Okay. Okay, well, I can administer it. And would you like it to be sworn or affirmed?
I'll affirm.
Okay. So, Mr. Harry Critchley, do you affirm that the oath of office you are about to recite shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I so affirm.
Okay, if you could proceed to read the oath of office, please.
I, Harry Critchley of Halifax Regional Municipality, affirm that I will faithfully, diligently, and impartially execute and perform the duties required of me as a member of the Halifax Regional Municipality Board of Police Commissioners while I continue to hold office. I will, to the best of my judgment, skill, knowledge, and ability, carry out, discharge, and perform all the duties of my office faithfully, impartially, and according to the Police Act or any other act and any regulation, rule, or bylaw, and will not, except in the discharge of my duties, disclose to any person, any matter, or evidence brought before the Halifax Regional Municipality Board of Police Commissioners. I so affirm.
Thank you. Welcome, Commissioner Critchley, and I will contact you directly to arrange for your signing of that. Okay. Mr. Akintoju, do you have the oath in front of you?
Yes, I do.
And would you like to be sworn or affirmed?
Sworn.
Okay. If you have a Bible present, you may put your hand on it and raise your right hand.
My Bible is in my phone.
Okay, that will do as well.
Is that okay?
Yes, that's legally sufficient.
Thank you.
Do you, Yemi Akintoju, solemnly swear that the oath of office you are about to recite shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do swear.
Please recite the oath of office.
I, Yemi Akintoju of Halifax Regional Municipality, swear that I will faithfully, diligently, and impartially execute and perform duties required of me as a member of the Halifax Regional Municipality Board of Police Commissioners. While I continue to hold office, I will, to the best of my judgment, skill, knowledge, and the ability, carry out, discharge, and perform all the duties of my office faithfully, impartially, and according to the Police Act or any other act, and any regulation, rule, or bylaw. And I will not, except in the discharge of my duties, disclose to any person, any matter, or evidence brought before the Halifax Regional Municipality Board of Police Commissioners. So help me God. I do swear.
Thank you. And can you sign the document if you have it there? Thank you. Welcome, Commissioner Akintoju. And Mr. Chair,
Thank
that
you.
completes the swearing in.
Thank you. And if we were in person, we'd all be clapping and saying congratulations. Carol may be crying. Who knows? I'm just kidding. I'm just messing with Carol. Other than that, welcome. Thank you so much for committing and being here. And it's official. So let's start the work. So I'm just going to go back to my agenda here. Moving on to our community announcements. Are there any community announcements by members?
Mr. Chair, I have a quick one.
All right, great.
Thank you. I just want to send a shout out to Bruce and Bonnie Bartow of Lucasville. This past weekend was the Terry Fox run, but every year Bruce does a little extra. He does a 100-kilometer run on one of the days leading up to the Terry Fox run. So once again, Bruce on foot, Bonnie on a bike. They went from Lucasville just down past Hubbard's and back on Thursday of last week. And I just want to say thank you to some of the RCMP members that helped along the way on the route just to keep them safe as they raised their money and awareness for the Terry Fox run. Thank you.
Oh, that's amazing. 100 kilometers. Wow. The Commissioner Thomas, are you available? Are you here? I see your mic. I wonder if you can just really talk about the weekend of reconciliation that's happening coming up.
Oh, what's that? Yeah. So yeah, sorry. Yeah, you're right, Lindell. I sent that information to you. That's going on the 30th, the 1st, 30th, and 1st and 2nd of October. There's going to be celebrations down on the waterfront, Halifax waterfront, celebrating truth and reconciliation issues, and there's a lot of events going on each day. It'd be really nice to see the community down there. Hopefully, maybe see a couple of commissioners or two, and I know I sent the information to Lindell, and if you can, maybe just send it off to the rest of the commission, and just look forward to celebrating Indigenous culture and in the truth and reconciliation process, what happened and what's going, how we move forward from there. And so there's going to be some good speakers, some good talks, and good events going on there. So hope to see you all there. Thanks.
Thank you. I'll forward that to the commission.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And I guess a big happy birthday to my daughter. Today's her birthday. She's turning 12. She's entering the 12 club. So happy birthday to her. And yeah, it was a fun. Yeah, Commissioner Kent.
Thank you. I'm going to take advantage of this moment to be a proud mama too, because I was so impressed. My son yesterday knocked on my door, which surprised me. He was coming over. He had just completed, or was in the middle of his Terry Fox walk. And when he got home, he had completed 26 kilometers. So he was very proud, and I'm very proud of him. Matthew's been through a lot and come a long way. So this was particularly a good thing for me to experience. And I want to shout out to our community, certainly District 3, but also in the Eastern Passage area. There has been traditional Terry Fox walks on the local McCormick's Beach Boardwalk for many, many years. Of course, the last few have been virtual, but nonetheless, and a special shout out for Hazel Joyce. Hazel has been there from day one and never misses an opportunity to honor Terry. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Kent. All right, so moving to approval of the minutes, July 19th, 2021. Can I have a mover and seconder?
I will move that.
Thank you. Moved by Commissioner Blackburn, second by Commissioner McDougall. Any comments by members? Not seeing any comments, no errors or omissions. Call for the question.
Question.
So all those in favor, say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. All right, we have minutes. Moving to our approval of order of business. And I don't believe there's any additions or deletions, clerk, but is there anything to note?
There are no additions or deletions to today's agenda.
All right, excellent. Thank you. So can I have a mover and a seconder for approval of business?
I'll move the order of business as presented.
Thank you. Moved by Commissioner Blackburn, seconded by, thank you, Commissioner Thomas. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. All right, seeing none, we have an agenda. Business arising under the minutes. There are none. Are there any conflicts of interest by members? Okay, consideration of deferred business. We have none. Correspondence, petitions, and delegations. I believe we have correspondence. Oh, am I supposed to note the correspondence? Sorry. I don't have it up. Clerk.
Chair
are you
Smith.
ready? Yeah.
Hi, this is Andrea from the clerk's office, and I can confirm that correspondence has been received by the clerk's office and circulated to the commissioners.
All right, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I know we did have an item. I just didn't have it in front of me. Appreciate it. And petitions. Do we have any petitions by members they'd like to present today?
I believe we do, Chair Smith. I just wondered, with will we be reviewing the correspondence, or are we going to come back to that? Or?
If you have any questions on correspondence, you can do that now.
Okay. Well, I had a chance to review the correspondence. Obviously, it's from. Am I allowed to say who it's from? Or?
So really quickly, clerk, that correspondence was made public, correct?
Chair Smith, this is Ian McLean. The correspondence was received, and it is received as a due for all correspondence. It was received specific to an item. It is a public piece of correspondence that was received for this meeting in particular. We do not post that to the website. We don't post correspondence to the website, but it has been received and it is a public document.
Okay. So in that case, with correspondence that's received and is a public document, are we able to say who the correspondence is from?
Yes, absolutely. It is a public document. It's been received by the commission at a public meeting.
Okay, so then when this meeting, this is actually a great question. When this meeting is done, that correspondence will be presented on our website for review later?
It becomes part of the meeting file. We don't post all correspondence to the website. It is a public document. We could post it on there, but we as a rule do not post all correspondence. The quantity of correspondence we get on a daily basis for all of our meetings is quite substantive.
Right, exactly. Okay, got it. That makes sense. All right, yeah. So here you're free to speak on that.
Okay. Well, I mean, you know, so this correspondence came in from Councillor Mason, who worth noting is a former member of the commission, for several years. And it included with it an email that actually wasn't sent to Councillor Mason, but was sent from Jeremy Landry from the RCMP, who, looking at his signature, is the operations officer for West for Halifax District. And it was in regard to an event that was widely publicized in the media, which was the, police stop that was conducted on Superintendent Simmons of the HRP and his wife, Angela Simmons. And I will note that Councillor Smith has enumerated his concerns as follows. So he notes that where there is a complaint process under the Police Act that has been initiated, this update by the RCMP may have been inappropriate, and that's Councillor Mason's words, while that process was playing out. Second piece was that under the Provincial Police Act, the RCMP is responsible to the Board of Police Commissioners and not Council. And then third concern that Councillor Mason notes is that sending this update to RCMP district councillors and not all councillors is, in Councillor Mason's view, potentially divisive. In that RCMP is one of two police forces serving the region, and all council votes on the RCMP contract and budget. So I've enumerated his concerns. I mean, I'm happy to discuss those. Otherwise, we could move on to the remedy requested by Councillor Smith. By Councillor Mason, unless someone else would like to talk about the concerns.
Yeah, and Chief Superintendent, I see your mic's off. Would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Should this not be in camera? We're discussing, specific members on, from different police departments. Again, I'm just asking what the process would be as opposed to publicly be discussing this.
So, Ian, I'll let you speak. So if we want to discuss the incident in particular, I believe we probably have to go on camera. Harry is speaking on the correspondence that we received that was made publicly. But if we do want to speak about the incident, you're correct, Chief. We have to go on camera and to speak in detail if you want to talk more in that.
Yeah, and my apologies if I was merely reading from the correspondence.
Nope.
No, you're saying was that where that was a public document that would be appropriate, but my apologies if I overstepped.
No, you didn't. You spoke off the document. It's just if we want to speak about more detail, we'd have to go on camera. And I see Andrew and Ian if you want to fill in any blanks.
I was going to confirm that the piece of correspondence is a public document. If any conversation relating to any item during a Board of Police Commissioners meeting or any other meeting held by the Halifax Region Municipality goes into items that must be dealt with in camera, we should defer to in camera. So in this instance, if it's specific to the correspondence, it is public, but if it comes through it and it lends to an in-camera item, we do need to move to an in-camera conversation.
Yeah, entirely correct.
Okay, thank you.
And Mr. Chair, just if I might add here, is this the right process for bringing it forward for discussion at any point? Would it not be something that at this stage would be asked to be an added item for consideration down the line, as opposed to just dealing with it right now? And I know this is a learning curve, but I feel like we're out of step for the protocol for the actual agenda.
So if we want to have further discussion on the item itself, that is something that we would have to bring either to the next meeting or in camera. So Commissioner Critchley was speaking on the correspondence we received. That is fine at this moment because we're speaking on correspondence. But if we want to take it any further, other than addressing the correspondence, we will, as mentioned, need to go to another process, which would be either be in camera or bring it to the next meeting. So, with saying that, if this is something that we'd like to discuss, Clerk, would we have to ask for this item to be brought forward at our next meeting, or do we go in camera now if we want to have further discussion?
As the correspondence was not received specific to an item on the agenda, my recommendation would be to moving this correspondence to the next agenda of the Board of Police Commissioners as an item on the agenda to ensure that the proper staff members from any organization required are in attendance, and we can vet and properly ensure that the in-camera and in-public conversations are set up appropriately.
So Commissioner Critchley, if you want to take this further, we can add it to the agenda for our next meeting, and then we can determine on the questions you asked if that should be in public or in camera.
Is that by motion, Mr. Chair?
It depends. Commissioner Critchley, do you want to? Would you like to do that?
Well, maybe just a point of clarification, either from the clerks or from legal. Would I be there making a motion to refer? Is that I'm referring an item for the subsequent meeting? Like I'm here looking at 50 sub 1 sub C. Motion may be introduced without notice. Motion to refer.
We absolutely can utilize that process if you would like. Chair Smith, I would see that would be the call of your decision. I also would look at this in a very similar process to how we do with our information items, is that a commissioner has requested to bring it forward to a next agenda item. I think a motion is definitely possible. I do not think it's necessary in this instance. Call of the chair.
So my suggestion was going to be that since you brought it forward, if you'd like to discuss it at our next meeting, we can do that.
Sure, I will say that, yeah, without having the merits of it all and not making any statement on that, that I will move to have it be discussed at whatever the appropriate forum is at the next meeting, whether that's in camera, as suggested.
Okay, so we'll take that to agenda setting, and we'll figure out at what point we need to discuss it further. All right, thank you, Commissioner Critchley, for bringing that forward. Going back to my agenda, which seems to be locked here. All right, okay, so we did correspondence and petitions. I believe you have a petition, Commissioner Critchley, as well.
Yeah, I will just note that this is not a petition that I initiated or brought forward. There was some apparently IT problem with the email service, so that the person who did bring this forward had some issues in providing it to the clerks. Despite providing notice over the phone that they were doing so. I spoke to Andrea this morning. She said that would hopefully be resolved. But just to clarify, it's not a petition that's initiated by me, despite my tabling it. All right. Well, I don't think it's being circulated. Can I get some clarity on that, Andrea or Ian, just to?
Yeah, so I can speak to this very briefly. There was an email issue with a specific email address, but we did receive this petition, and thank you very much, Commissioner Critchley, for your assistance with that. It has been circulated to membership.
Excellent. So I guess maybe I would leave it to the other commissioners to say how much of the petition they would like me to read for the public record. I will perhaps give the title of the petition and the number of signatories, if that's appropriate.
Yep.
Okay. So the petition received from the title says, "Demand a full and independent investigation into Halifax police actions on August 18th, 2021. And as of right now, the petition has 2,058 signatures. And if the commissioners would like, I'd be happy to read from the body of the text of the petition, but obviously you have it before you as well.
Yeah, if you want to give maybe just a quick introduction of what it entails, just for the public record, that'd be great.
Sure, yeah. So I'll read the first and maybe perhaps the last paragraph. So first paragraph reads, again from the petition, the actions of Halifax Regional Police in the mass evictions that occurred on August 18th, 2021 reflect long-standing and systemic issues with policing and HRM, including municipalities' reliance on police to address complex social needs, excessive force by police, the militarization of police. The petition then goes on to enumerate some concerns. And then it requests a remedy from the Board of Police Commissioners, which I'll now read. So it says, the Halifax Board of Police Commissioners is the civilian oversight body for the Halifax Regional Police. The board has a statutory duty to ensure policing services are delivered in accordance with community values. It would be within the board's scope of authority under Section 55 of Nova Scotia Police Act to order an independent civilian review of the HRP's response to the events of August 18th, 2021. I demand that the Halifax Board of Police Commissioners order an independent civilian review of the HRP's actions on August 18th, 2021, in coordination with any related reviews or investigations that may be ordered by Regional Council.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner McDougall.
I'm searching through my documents to see if I can find this and having some trouble. Can you let me know when this was distributed?
Yeah, I don't have mine either.
Andrea or Ian?
Commissioners, we have just circulated this petition to everyone. It has come through. I just checked to make sure that it has come through for myself. Hope it has for you as well. There has been some issues with this document for whatever reason in circulating it. My apologies. We are also at a loss as to why.
I'll just confirm that I just received it just now.
Yeah.
Yep.
Is it possible for us to push this petition to the next meeting, given the fact that we have not received it prior to, and we do not, and again, sound wasn't clear from Councillor Harry, so we could not just add any value to this today.
Ian, you wanna take that?
If I could just speak to the petition process or what a petition process is. The petition has been circulated to everyone on the Board of Police Commissioners. There is the action coming from this petitions is usually just provided to the body for information purposes, where actions can then be directed off a petition through a notice of motion or through a number of other different parameters. So with this information could be brought forward to any subsequent meeting. It has been provided for commissioners' information at the moment and can be pulled and provided to additional meetings as needed.
Does that work, Commissioner?
Sorry, I'd like to support Yemi's suggestion that we move this to the next meeting. Having just received it this instant, I would really like to look at it, and I don't feel that I can enter into any kind of discussion about it at this point. So I'm hoping we can look at it in October and perhaps follow that procedure. It just feels like it's kind of late coming to us as we're in the meeting.
I was losing your audio a little bit there, Commissioner, for some reason. I'm not sure why. But just again to highlight the process for petitions. So usually when we receive petitions, we don't discuss them unless a motion is brought forward. We just receive it. And if somebody wants to discuss the petition, it usually goes to the next meeting. And as mentioned, it seems that commissioners want to do that. So we can do that, no problem. I'm not sure as the mover of it, Commissioner Critchley, if you had a motion for this petition for today that you want to bring forward as notice of motion? Did you have one prepared?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I will bring a notice of motion.
Okay.
For a discussion of this matter.
All right, excellent. So with the notice of motion later on in the meeting, that will mean that this item will be for our next commission meeting anyway. So then that will give us an opportunity to review, and then during the discussion of the motion, we can have that further discussion. That work for folks? All right, excellent.
Mr. Chair, I don't, or maybe I'm missing it, but I don't see a notices of motion on the agenda.
So that is
We want to put it in
at the bottom, and I'm looking here now, and it looks like we don't have it on our agenda.
Yeah. So I'll put a motion that we, can I put a motion on that we adjust the agenda to include notices of motion?
Excuse me,
for today.
14 on our agenda.
I don't know what
Ian,
you're
do you
saying,
wanna-
Carol.
Yeah, maybe everyone will, other than me, mute something. Yeah, our sound is not working that well today. Ian, seeing that, I'm not sure how we missed that. Notice of motion. I guess maybe do we actually not put that on our agendas for the police commission notice of motion?
Notices of motion are on every agenda, and they can be for any sort of item. So it does not need to be tied specifically to anything. You can give a notice depending on where you're at. It is number 14 on the agenda. It's not on the standing items. It is part of it. It is on every agenda package, so it is there. We can draw additional attention to that with the agenda cover document as well for meetings moving forward.
So me and Commissioner Ken are probably looking at the same agenda because it's on the speakers list agenda, the one that I use as the chair. It's not on there, so it just looks like for whatever reason this one didn't.
And that's the speakers list is provided as an operational document to help guide the meeting. So we can absolutely put that on there if it'll help communication.
Yeah. Okay, great. So we'll, at the end of the meeting, we'll do notice of motion, and then for next meeting, we'll discuss the petition. Anyone else have any further comments on that item at all? Okay, thank you, Commissioner Christie, bringing that forward, and we'll hear more from you at the end of the meeting. All right, so moving on to our presentations, we have none. And information items brought forward, we have none, but we will be bringing forward the correspondence from earlier in the petition as a notice of motion, and we'll deal with that at agenda setting. And now moving on to our reports, 10.1.1 HRM Wortley Report Recommendations, 2-year Wortley Report Summary. So there is a motion that is there, but before we go to the motion, what I'll ask, I sent a small brief presentation to clerk's office. I wonder if you could just slide that up, please, and thank you.
One moment, please, Chair Smith. I'm having some technical issues. I'm going to ask someone from our clerk's office who's on hand to share that presentation.
No worries, thank you.
So Chair Smith, the presentation is now live.
Thank you very much. So, as everyone would have seen in their document, the 2-year Wortley Report summary was complete with many items included in that. So if we go to the next slide, please. Just to give a quick background on the Wortley Report itself, in 2017, Human Rights Commission announced that it would collaborate with the community and police to study the issue of street checks. The Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission selected Professor Scott Wortley from the University of Toronto to review all available data, consult stakeholders, and provide our report with recommendations. 12 years of data from the Halifax Regional Police, HRP, and the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Halifax District were reviewed to inform the report. Consultative meetings, interviews with police and community representatives, and online surveys were also conducted. Next slide, please. So the report itself was released in March 2019, titled Halifax Nova Scotia Street Check Report. And within that report, some of the findings are included on the screen. I'll just read a few. Within the Halifax region, Black people are grossly overrepresented in the police street check statistics. Generally, Black people were 6 times more likely to be street checked by police. And among those with no criminal history, the street check rate for Black individuals is twice as high as street check for white individuals. Also, 2 other to highlight, young Black males from the ages of 15 to 34 are by far the group that was most exposed in police street check activity. And it also, the report provided analysis that revealed that there's very little evidence to support that street checks lower crime. And if anything in Halifax, that the aggregated level of analysis increased street check activities is related to small but statistically significant increase in both crime counts and crime severity. And the community members are in favor of improving relations between community and police, but without government commitment, we would not see meaningful reform. Next slide, please. So at the Board of Police Commission's April 2019 meeting, the following motion, which is on the screen, was brought forward. And that motion recommended that the chief of the Halifax Regional Police and the chief superintendent of the RCMP Halifax District suspend street checks after receipt of the Halifax Street Check Report, formally recognize that the practice of police checks has disproportionately affected the African Nova Scotian community, and prepare a joint statement with the chief of police and chief superintendent to formally apologize to the African Nova Scotian community, and to send a letter to the Nova Scotia Minister of Justice outlining the board's position on street checks. Next slide, please. So in April 2021, the commission decided that we'd like to prepare a 2-year update summarizing the progress of the Wortley Report. And this update would be available to the public for public consumption. The report was to include timeline of the event from the issuance of the Wortley Report, what recommendations have been completed, which are outstanding, and which are ongoing, detail the initiatives regarding race-based data collection, and also wanted to include letters from the Human Rights Commission and the African Nova Scotia Decade of People of African Descent, and an update from the Department of Justice. And the reason why we want to include just the 2 letters from the Human Rights Commission and DPAD was because Human Rights Commission was the body that commissioned the report. Professor Scott Wortley and the African Nova Scotian Decade of People of African Descent, also known as DPAD, they were part of the original complainants to the Human Rights Commission when this was brought forward. And obviously important to include the Department of Justice, as many of the recommendations would fall under their purview. Next slide, please. So the first part of the update, which was asked for, was the timeline. So some of them are noted here. There's some that are missing because there's many to highlight, but I'll just read a few. March 27, 2019, the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission publicly released the Halifax Nova Scotia Street Check Report, also commonly known as the Wortley Report. March 28, 2019, the Attorney General and Minister of Justice, Mark Puri, directed police across the province to immediately cease using street checks as part of a quota system or performance measurement tool. April 15, 2019, Board of Police Commissioners meeting, we discussed the options for the first time outlined in the Wortley Report relating to street checks, and a motion was put forward to suspend street checks, and that was adopted. And that motion is in the report, but really it highlights the position that the commission made after the discussion and how we'd like to move forward. In May 13, 2019, Board of Police Commissioners meeting, a motion was passed regarding the legality of street checks. And that motion was asking for the Human Rights Commission to get a legal opinion concerning the legality of street checks. And this is outlined in recommendation 2.1 in the Wortley Report. Next slide, please. In October 2000 or October 18, 2019, the Human Rights Commission released the independent legal opinion on the legality of street checks. And in the same day, then Justice Minister Mark Fury announced that street checks are permanently banned in Nova Scotia. In November 2019, HRP under Chief Kinsella issued a formal apology to the African Nova Scotian community. Next slide, please. So the status of the Wortley Report recommendations. So our past chair, Commissioner Gordon, was asked to create a document that we would be able as the commission to track the recommendations moving forward. And what Commissioner Gordon, or past Commissioner Gordon, created was a tracking document, which is included in the report. And this also will have to be updated online, because we do have it online. So that's something I'll take back to the clerks after this meeting and make sure that we update what's available online for the tracking document. And this provides the status of the accomplishments of the Wortley Report recommendations between all the parties, the HRP, RCMP, Halifax District, and Department of Justice, and there is one or two under the Human Rights Commission. And it's important to note that the document includes the recommendations on banning street checks, data collection, and police relations. Since street checks were banned by the Minister of Justice, the recommendations for regulating street checks have not been included on the tracking document. The document encompasses the actions undertaken in the recommendations that were the responsibility of the Board of Police Commissioners, the RCMP, and HRP. Some of the recommendations have been marked as complete, but some of these related to training, engagement, recruitment, and improving cultural competency will be ongoing in multi-year commitments. Yes, thank you. Next slide. So the other thing that was asked to be included, and you don't have to go back, but to go back to the tracking document, both the reports from the chiefs are also outlined in the report as well. And when I'm done here, we can ask both chiefs if the commission is interested to give a high level report on their reports that were included. And if not, we can discuss the items. I'll let the commission decide how they like to proceed there. Yes, next slide, please. Thank you. So the initiatives regarding race-based data collection. So this is something that is directly under the coordination of the Department of Justice, and they have established the Wortley Report Research Committee, or WRRC. This is comprised of representations from the African Nova Scotian community organizations, African Nova Scotian community representatives from the Northern Region, Cape Breton Region, Southwest Region, Police, African Nova Scotian Affairs, Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission, and the DOJ. The mandate of the WRRC includes reviewing race-based data collection models on police stops, the establishment of permanent data collection systems to record information on all civilian stops. Since this work is ongoing and under the coordination of the DOJ, DOJ will update the commissions through the
I think
Councillor
Councillor.
Smith. Sorry, Councillor Kent.
Yeah, I just want to let you that I'm not hearing anything from Councillor Smith.
Yeah, I believe Commissioner Smith's computer is frozen. We will just pause for a moment and try to connect with him. This is Ian McLean, Municipal Clerk for the HRM. We are having a connectivity issue with Councillor Smith. We believe this will be fixed momentarily and then we'll restart the meeting. Apologies for the delay. We expect to be back operating here momentarily.
I'm back.
Very momentarily. Thank you, Councillor Smith.
I was having a great discussion to myself, and I'm not sure where we left off at.
So Councillor Smith, we will take down the technical difficulty slide here momentarily. We'll put the last slide that we had up, and then we can start wherever works for you.
Okay, thanks. Just really quickly, what's the last thing that we heard before I got cut off? No one remembers.
You were just, yeah, slide 9 there. You were just on that second bullet point.
Okay. All right. Excellent. Thank you. All right. We're recording? We're live. You can hear me. If I go it again, apologize. I knew earlier with folks sound that something was happening on this end. So as mentioned, the mandate of the Wardley Report Research Committee is to include reviewing race-based data collection models on police stops, establishment of permanent data collection systems to record information on civilian stops. And since this work is ongoing and under the coordination of the Department of Justice, DOJ, DOJ will update the commission through the chair as this work moves forward. Next slide, please. So within the report as well, we mentioned earlier, or I mentioned earlier, we have 2 letters from Nova Scotian Human Rights Commission and the Afro-Nova Scotian Decade of People's African Descent, or also known as NSDPAD. So within the Human Rights Commission's letter, it provided background on their involvement with commissioning the Wardley Report and outlined their continued involvement, which involves sitting on the Wardley Report Research Committee and working with the Department of Justice and stakeholders on the Know Your Rights initiative. And so the ANSDPAD letter highlight that Nova Scotia's current criminal justice system disproportionately targets racial profiles, criminalizes and incarcerates the African Nova Scotian community, and recommends. And the letter also provided recommendations from their Justice Strategy Working Group of the DPAD Coalition. And from, if we go to the next slide, the recommendations are provided here, and they've noted them from most important to, I'm not going to say least, but prioritized. And I didn't put all the recommendations, but I did put a few here, which do name the commission in particular. And I'll read 2 of them. I won't read them all since they're in the report, but just thought some of these were important. The commitment to time, the ANSDPAD Act, that we as the Board of Police Commissioners commit to the timely release of traffic stop data from HRP. It's been 18 years since the Kirk Johnson decision was released, and no traffic stop data has ever been released publicly. I also asked that the Halifax Police Commission Board must support and actively engage the Department of Justice and amend the Minister's Directive that allows for police activity or a street check under the gaze of suspicious activity. And that is something I believe is being taken up under the DOJ as well, but they want us to be active partners on that. Go to the next slide, please. That the Halifax Board of Police Commissioners work with the HRP to review the hiring and training practices for discriminatory policies and training techniques such as lack of de-escalation. Halifax Police Commission Board work with the DOJ and the ANS community to create a mechanism to track police complaints, police behavior, and make this information public for accountability. And while we are, as a commission, currently gathering information on defunding the police, they asked us to consider what form of policing need to continue. What do we do with the funds to ensure public safety? And I believe that is it. Next slide, please. Yeah. So that is it. A very, very high level, quick explanation of what's in the 2-year update that has been provided to members for their information. And if members would like, we could have both chiefs provide high-level updates on their reports. All that information is included in the report itself, but if commission feels that they'd like to hear from the chiefs, we could do that as well. So I look to the commission if they want to do that, or if they'd like to go into discussion. Commissioner Critchley?
They're open to doing so.
Sorry, you cut out in the first part. Say it again.
Oh, apologies. I said I would support hearing briefly from the chiefs if they're willing to speak to their respective reports.
Okay. I see some head nods. All right. So if that's fine with everyone else, Chief Casella, if you want to give a very brief, high-level update on your included report, that'd be appreciated.
Thanks, Chair. Happy to do that. At the risk of being repetitive and what is already stated, and I know the commissioners have had the opportunity to read the report, I will keep it very high level, and if there's any questions, I am happy to answer those questions. So, and I'll stay away from the items that you covered, Chair, because you covered them quite well. A couple of things that I would like to just comment on. You know, some recommendations are, you know, relatively straightforward. Recommendation 1.1, for example, very easy to say completed or not completed or ongoing, as the case may be. There are a number of recommendations that fit into that category. There are also a number of others that very clearly are contingent on multi-stakeholder input, whether it be HRP and RCMP, the Board of Police Commissioners, the Human Rights Commission, and Department of Justice. And there are a number of the recommendations contained within that we've had a lot of discussion on that likely ought to be looked at from a provincial lens. So clearly the collection of race-based data should be consistent across the province, in my view, and we've had a number of conversations around that. And then, you know, who is going to own that? Where is it going to be kept? How will it be aligned with Statistics Canada and all those things? So, you know, lots of work to do there. The committee work that's being done is moving forward, particularly in the area of, you know, where do we go, definitions, how are we collecting the race-based data. Those, the one committee is headed up by Deputy Chief Don McLean of the Halifax Regional Police and Kimberly Franklin from the Human Rights Commission, and has multi-stakeholder participation, including the RCMP, Nova Scotia Chiefs of Police, many community members. So lots of work to do in that area. And then, you know, we have a number of the community-related recommendations that, you know, are completed in a sense. We have, just for one example, brought forward our Journey to Change training, and that is facilitated and delivered by the African Nova Scotian community. And it's an excellent training course. And, you know, but that's something that we have to look at. Do we need to revamp it? How do we change that? So while that particular aspect has been completed, there are other parts of the whole training commitment that we are going to have to look at that, in my view, will be ongoing over the long term and revisited and those kind of things. So I'll leave it at that, at risk of going on too long. And if there's any specific questions that commissioners would like to ask, happy to take those.
Thank you very much, Chief. Chief Superintendent Gray.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. Certainly, I won't reiterate what you've had to say, and of course, the majority of what Chief Kinsella is speaking to, especially in the collaboration between HRP and RCMP that is ongoing. You know, our ops officers, including myself, we're guiding the actions that we've articulated in the Wortley report. So again, all of our actions have been updated, as you know, up to like last week. So the report that's been released is definitely up to date. It's also, there's also an RCMP version on our external website as well that's publicly accessible. But and in my update today, further on in the agenda, there's a number of things that I was going to be speaking to. And if it's okay with the chair, I'll just wait until that point to give some further information regarding some of our community engagement. Also, I would say, you know, as concur with the chief, you know, these are ongoing. We have more work to do, and we're learning from the work that we're doing in our consultation with our communities, certainly, and our partners. It's going to build our relationship and trust within our communities, which also makes us stronger. So again, if there's any specific questions about the RCMP's 2-year update, I'm more than happy to answer them.
Thank you. So what I'll ask, if one of the commissioners can put the motion on the floor that is on the agenda, and then we can start discussion. Yeah, Commissioner Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the Board of Police Commissioners, 1, approve and adopt the Board of Police Commissioners 2-year Wortley report summary as circulated at the September 20th, 2021 meeting of the Board of Police Commissioners, and 2, make the approved Board of Police Commissioners 2-year Wortley report summary available to the public by posting it to the Board of Police Commissioners webpage on halifax.ca. So moved.
Second.
Thank you. Seconded by Commissioner Blackburn. Commissioner Kent, any comments?
No, I'm pleased to, no, I shouldn't start with no. I do have comments. Nothing catastrophic, no contentious comments. I do like seeing these reports. I think that both chiefs have been very open to having conversations around these, the progress that we're making. It is a super important piece of work that our operations teams are doing, and certainly it's an important piece for us as governance overseers to make sure that we're on the right track. I've not had a chance more recently to really dive into the not having been there from the beginning. I always feel like I'm playing catch up on a lot of these pieces, but all of a sudden I've been here a year, so I don't have as many excuses as I had. But for those new commissioners, I'm sure that they will feel the same. And this is one of those things that every once in a while we might ask for some updates. We have it. I think it's a standing item, isn't it, Mr. Chair, that we do get some updates. So this does not require every 2 years that we have this information coming out to us, which is a really important piece for us. So happy to put it forward and look forward to more progress on it. Thank you.
Commissioner Blackburn as a seconder.
Nothing further to add. I'm just a question of curiosity for either of the chiefs. I'm just wondering if the change in the leadership at the provincial level, whether you're are you facing any pushback? Is it too soon to tell, or is the job that you're doing now and the recommendations of the Wortley report, do you see that as being able to move forward pretty seamlessly as we transition from one provincial government to another?
Chair, through you and for Commissioner Blackburn, I can say as of actually this morning we were discussing it, and I'm very confident that the province and our new government will be advancing both the recommendations and furthering the communications and consultations with us. So just as recently as this morning.
And Chair, I can just add on to Chief Superintendent Gray's comments. It's the same. We fully expect engagement moving forward. There is a commitment to street checks in the new government's mandate. And we have also had discussions around the Know Your Rights campaign and the collection of race-based data, all of those things that are in the Wortley report that require multi-stakeholder response. So I suspect that we will be moving forward without any challenges.
Perfect. Good to hear. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for the commission as well, since the mandate letters were issued, I believe it was Friday or Thursday last week, we will be sending a letter to the Minister of Justice as a congratulation, and also outlines any concerns or further commitments we'd like to see. So again, I'll draft that, send it to commission, and we'll make sure it's included to our next meeting, or even before that, and sent off to the minister. So great question. Commissioner McDougall.
Thank you. I liked Commissioner Kent's comment about looking forward to continuing to monitor. This motion kind of sets, it's a point in time, and it says this is what's happened to now. But going forward, we will continue to monitor and keep an eye on some of these different recommendations. And so I'm happy to see that that remains as part of our agenda going forward.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Akinduju.
Thank you very much, Chair. This is just for my own knowledge. It might have been discussed in the past, but reading through the report, has there been a time where street check has been specifically defined? What does it mean by street check? What does it entail? Just for my own knowledge. If it's been discussed in the past, reference could be made so I can educate myself. I don't want to take your time.
No, that's actually a very, very good question, especially as a new commissioner. So this could actually take our conversation a little further, because it is a complex question. So I'm not sure if maybe both chiefs want to try to do that as concise as they can, because my understanding is the RCMP nationally has a different policy around street checks than locally here in the HRP version of it. But again, I could be simplifying it a little bit too much, and chiefs, please feel free to correct me on that. So I'll just leave it to either chiefs, they want to speak to, I guess, the definition of that. And the report speaks a little bit about that too, Commissioner. But I'll for your sake now, if I see Chief Superintendent Gray, you're on the screen, do you want to answer that question at all?
Thank you, Chair. And through you, I would say that it is a very complex question, which again, like you said, I don't think we could discuss it probably for the next 3 hours. I think what's important to know and to look into for people who aren't aware is that there are multiple definitions of street check, and one being clearly the Nova Scotia Human Rights Commission has a definition that they used when the Wortley reports, or soon after the Wortley report was released. And as you mentioned, RCMP nationally, we also have a definition of street check, as do many other groups. And then of course, generally speaking, persons in our communities have their idea of what a street check is. So I would say it's very complex within the definition or within the board, and certainly Chair, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but the board itself has not defined street check. You have relied on the definition provided by the Human Rights Commission.
Yeah, you're correct. And again, not to simplify it too much, but the definition that we've used from the Human Rights Commission and the information that they provided us in the report really relates to, and Chief Costello, you might need to jump in a little bit, but what we've used as our definition of understanding is when police collect data without an interaction the individual. So say I am walking down the street and an officer is driving by, they see me, either they know me and have put my name in the system as Stephen Lindell, 12 o'clock, walking down the street, or it could be also seeing an individual walking down the street at 12 o'clock, could be up to suspicious activity. That's somewhat of the definition that we have determined from the Human Rights Commission that when we say street check, it's more of the collection of data without an interaction. But there are also other aspects where street checks can be within interactions, where then things start to get a little bit hazy. And is it an interaction with an individual that's lawful, or is it one where someone's being profiled? So again, Chief Casella, if you want to jump in a little bit, but it does get a little, when we start to really dig deep into it, what we're talking about in street checks is difficult.
Thanks, Chair. And I won't go on or too much detail on it, but I think what's really important to note is that we are not doing street checks in Nova Scotia anymore. The Halifax Regional Police is not doing them at all. The mechanism for recording street checks has been shut down, and we have the history on that. It is a very complex definition, and a lot of it is perceptions. We've recognized that this was used as a tool previously in policing. We've acknowledged that there was some issues with it, and we've corrected that, and we're not doing them anymore. So lots of discussion could be had on the particular topic, but I do believe that it's very important, and we've had these discussions at the board many times, is trying to come up with an accepted definition of what a police stop is. And I don't think collectively we're there yet. That's why the work of the committee that's been formed under the Wortley recommendations is so important, with their multi-stakeholder input and different perspectives, to make sure that if there are some definitions that are going to be concretized as we move forward, that we have lots of good input from the people that are affected by it.
Is that information helpful, Commissioner?
So are you referring to me?
Yes.
I'm fine with that, to the extent, especially with the definition from the RCMP, is that it's tied for me to human rights, if it can, and probably that's the broadest that we can go. But coming from outside and getting into this situation, I've seen that both the public and our colleagues in uniform would have interpreted it wrongly, and it's led to other things. And without delaying this meeting, I know that it could be tied specifically to certain either term or legal process, such that everybody out there clearly understands or have an understanding of what a street check is. It's not just something that everybody thinks that, oh, because you've been stopped, the police is breaching their rights. It's unfair on people on the stop, it's unfair on the gentleman in uniform, and that has to be taken care of as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anything further? No? Okay, yeah, Commissioner Critchley.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. And I think that that discussion is very illustrative of the importance of the Know Your Rights initiative, and it's nice to see that will be rolled out provincially through the Department of Justice. Where there's understandably confusion around what is and what is not a street check. It's valuable to have that legal information out there for members of the public to access. So maybe, Mr. Chair, do you have a sense, where I know that that's a recommendation that's being taken on by the DOJ, do you have a sense of the status of that initiative? Or?
Yeah, so the last time I spoke with the DOJ, which was probably a month before the election, to follow up on, or it might even be a little bit before that. Anyway, when the last time I spoke with them, it was to discuss the 2-year update and the initiatives that had been brought forward. And they did mention that the pandemic, because they were having their meetings in person, and that hindered their process a little bit. And then when there was a change in the Minister of Justice, that also hindered some of the work as well. As we're moving forward, I don't know exactly what the timeline on it is, but that will be one of the questions that I present to them, is making sure that these initiatives that have started are completed in a timely fashion. And whenever I have my next meeting with the DOJ, I'll make sure that that is something that is brought up, and I'll try to get some more better timelines on where that sits.
Thank you. I wondered if I might also ask a question of Chief Kinsella. Chief, I just had maybe 2 questions. So the first is in regard to recommendation 4.2, which reads that the HRP and RCMP should continue to develop and implement mandatory anti-bias, cultural competency, and race relations training. And I see here that it's listed as completed, and I'm aware of the Journey of Change program. But again, as a new commissioner, I don't obviously know everything about HRP training. Is legitimate and bias-free policing, is that a new program?
So through you, Chair, to the Commissioner, legitimate and bias-free policing is a relatively new training program. It came in the latter part of 2019. And what that training involves is a delivery of current and ongoing concerns that are identified through policing that's happening within Halifax Regional Police. It's done in a cascading model to talk about the need to be legitimate in any vehicle stop or any interaction or any contact that we have with the community. Let people know and let them understand why they're being stopped, what the issue is. And Chair Smith kind of brought up earlier, and I don't want to get too far into it, and we can certainly take this conversation offline if you'd like to at some point. If you're being pulled over for a traffic violation, and that understanding, the basic understanding of why that's happening, and if the officer is able to explain it, is much different than a stop with a person walking down the street, depending where they're going, what the circumstances are, and all those kind of things. So that was one part of it. And then bias-free and understanding, what does that mean, and articulating why you do what you do. So started in 2019, it was delivered in a cascading fashion down through our frontline supervisors to the members on the front line. And we're revisiting those kind of topics on a regular basis. Now, we did get waylaid a little bit by COVID because we lost the ability to do some in-person training. But it's just, one of the commitments that we've made. The other piece, obviously, is Journey to Change, which I talked about a little bit earlier, and the need to constantly review, and have discussions with community members to see, what is it that we should be looking at and covering. So relatively new, started in 2019, rolled out at the beginning of 2021 after we got through the COVID piece, and just part of the ongoing training that we do in this aspect.
Thank you, Chief, and I appreciate that information. And I also appreciate your invitation to take it offline. I will, if that's, I'll take you up on that. I'm happy to send along some questions in writing if that's easier, or we can meet in person. I just had one final clarification about the Journey to Change program, and just obviously with the very large caveat that I'm new to the board. So most of my knowledge of it comes from, external sources. So I noted that in the Simons v. HRM decision, the Human Rights Commission decision from earlier this year, at paragraph 64 of the decision, the adjudicator describes Journey to Change as an optional program. So could you clarify, because I just note that the word recommendation obviously states that should continue to develop and implement mandatory training programs. So I just wanted just a little bit of clarification on that piece.
So through you, Chair, thanks, Commissioner, for the question. So, it's a new training program just under 40 hours of training that officers go through. And the long-term goal is to train all of our members, sworn, all of our members, civilian, and our volunteer members. And we had to start somewhere. So we have some collective agreement conditions in regards to the awarding of training and the way that we do our training, who gets selected for training and those kind of things. So we are following that process because that's important. And we are slowly moving through the members. And we have had civilian members take it. We've had sworn members take it. That's the greatest portion. We've also had senior members of the organization take it as well. So at the senior officer level. So we also think that's important. At the end, once we work our way through and get to everyone, we're going to offer it to our volunteers. And there may even be an opportunity to offer it outside the organization. I don't know. And I hate to keep bringing this up, COVID did weigh us down a little bit. So we are currently working on our next iteration. It's very, it's very incumbent on the community to be available. We're very grateful. So we work around their schedule and their availability. The other piece is we are currently running a police sciences program that we run in-house. We have 20 cadets in that program, and we have made the Journey to Change a component of that program. So we actually, the last course we delivered was in May, and it was to our cadets. And we believe that is foundational to get people, on the way in, and then obviously reach out to the people at various stages of the career. So we will continue to do that. And, so when you say optional, we have people volunteering for this training right now. There's many people putting up their hands. They're excited about it. They want to be involved. And we will work our way through the entire organization as we schedule upcoming courses and move forward from there.
Very much appreciated. Thank you so much.
Who? I believe. Oh, Commissioner Thomas. Yeah, Commissioner Thomas. Did you have any comments at this point?
No, I don't, Chair. Not at this time.
Okay, thank you. So that is it for comments. I don't see anybody in the chat. Any further questions, comments, observations, any changes that you think we may need to make in the report? Any additions that may be worthwhile including in the report before we, I guess, finalize it and approve this motion? Okay, seeing none. So, Commissioner Blackburn?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So seeing none, I'll just speak really quickly in one, thank the commission here now and previous commissions to the work that has been done. Two chairs, well, the report has seen 3 chairs now, from Commissioner Craig, Borden, and then myself, and some members in between. So lots of work by the commission was done. And if you read the report, it does have the executive or the summary from the commission, which is great. And thank you, Commissioner McDougall, for helping prepare that. That really talks about the commissioner's role, the commission's role in moving some of this information forward. Because as mentioned, many of it does fall under the DOJ, and we're talking about the provincial wide aspects of it. But there is an important role that the commission plays, and we've been playing that role, and now we have to really continue to play a role of making sure that we're following up and not allowing these pieces to fall aside. And since I believe November of 2019, we've made the Wortley Report update a standing item on our agenda, so we continue to get those updates from the chiefs. And that's really it. The report itself speaks a lot about the details and helping prepare it. I don't have any specific questions around that. And as we move forward with our meetings, again, standing item in the Wortley Report. So anything that comes up in the meantime, commissioners can always ask it during those times in the meeting, because this isn't your only opportunity. We want to do the 2-year update to really provide information to the public as what has happened since the release, but this doesn't mean that we're gonna not speak about it again. So it will continue to be on our agenda. We will adjust it a little bit on how it presents on our agenda, because sometimes, you know, between month and month, nothing might happen. But at the same time, something big could happen. So that is something that we'll review at agenda setting on how we present this going forward, but know that it will stay on our agenda as a standing item for sure. Okay, so I'm seeing no further comments, so I'd ask that we call for the question to vote. Question's been called. All those in favor on the motion that is on the agenda, say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Seeing none, that passed. So that will, the 2-year update will be posted online. Clerks, the only thing we'll have to note is the tracking sheet will have to be updated as well on the website, because it has its own link. So we can take that offline and make sure we do that appropriately. Okay. So moving to our next item, 10.1.2, Halifax Regional Police Information Technology Audit Report. This is our September update. So I will just pass it right off to Chief Kinsella to give our public update on the IT audit report.
Thanks, Chair, and through you to the commission. So, you know, for the new commissioners as well, this is the public portion of the reporting. Other commissioners will be aware they've read the previous reports, agreed upon format, and you know how we're coming forward. So you'll see through the recommendations, you have a running log of the ones that we had committed to at various reporting dates. September, this meeting was another agreed upon date. And just for some background, when we initially got the recommendations from the Auditor General, they were given to us to implement. I have a team put together internally of subject matter experts that are working very, very hard to ensure that we meet or in some cases potentially exceed some of the recommendations revolving certainly around the information technology mandate, but also around policy and certainly tracking risk registers, those kind of things. So we continue to work on that. And what you have in front of you today is the number of recommendations that we were expected to have completed by today's meeting. You will note that I've been asked by my people for an extension to recommendation number 6. We are very close to having that completed. It does involve dialogue meetings, etc., with HRM, ICT. So we have put policies in place around it. We just have to finalize the service level agreement to make sure that we get everything covered off and tucked away to the requirements of the Auditor General. So we expect to have that recommendation completed by December of 2021, and then we'll have met the requirements on the public recommendations to date at that point.
Thank you, Chief. So just for clarification, one of the items has extension requested. So do we, and this actually might not be a question for you that I'm thinking about it. Do we have to put anything forward in terms of granting that request, or because these are updates that you provide to us, you're just asking that the timeline be shifted a little bit?
Yeah, Chair, and through you to the commission. So essentially what happens is the team is working on it here within HRP. I get regular updates, and you know, they're trying to meet all these deadlines that we projected initially, and the commission will recall when we first came with our first report in April, we previously had conversation and we started this work in February, and we have an 18-month window to get these all done. So essentially we could have said that, you know, we'll get them all done in 18 months. That's our obligation. My obligation to you as the commission is to keep you updated and briefed so you understand where we are and where we're headed. So the extension request, is required. I'm basically informing you of that. Subject to any other, questions or concerns, we can continue to have the dialogue around that. And what I can tell you is the men and women internally are working very, very hard to meet these requirements and timelines. In the abundance of transparency, wanted to make sure that we're briefing you and keeping you up to date. So if you, Chair, or any member of the commission says, I've got some really real concerns that you couldn't reach this SLT agreement with HRM, and we are working very hard on it, but there's very valid reasons, summertime, holidays, all those kind of things, getting connected with people. So, the extension is required. We don't have it done by today. My hope was that it would be done by today, and the expected completion date is December upcoming in 2021. The other piece of and you'll see in other aspects, there may be some things that prevent us from reaching our extensions. And I did inform the board at past updates that we did require 2 other extensions. So we're up to 4 now. We have valid explanations for all of those, primarily to keep you all informed. So you're in the know and can ask any questions that you feel would be prudent for you to ask.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. And before I go to commissioners, just really checking with the clerks, Ian or Andrea, have the new members, since they just were sworn, I'm assuming they wouldn't have received the in-camera version of the IT report?
No, they would not have received at this point in time.
Okay. So should we then circulate that to them? Okay, all right. So now that you're sworn members, you'll get that information. So just for the new members, if you're wondering why there's 2 versions, there's the public version, which we're discussing now, and then the in-camera has some of the more detailed recommendations have some security risks, so that's why we can't talk about them in public. But that information will be circulated to you now that you're sworn members, and you'll be able to reference that as we move forward. All right, moving to members, Commissioner Kent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So yeah, I have a question, something that kind of came in front of me, and I'm just curious if you can help me sort through it. It might be a question for you, Chief Kinsella or Chief Gray. So just so I'm understanding, the database that we're using is it the Versadex? That's that, right?
So through you, Chair, to the Commissioner. So our records management system is housed within Versadex, and that's the system that we're using, the gathering of all our information. That's something that's separate from the IT audit.
Oh, okay. All right. So the IT audit information that is tightening up access to the databases, do we have situations, and this might be for Chief Gray, do we have situations where our RCMP locations are being restricted from accessing and dealing with IT dysfunction?
Thank you, Commissioner, and through you, Chair. Yes, we, as a user of many of the, I'll say, systems, and certainly my lack of IT knowledge might come through in my comments, but yes, currently we're working through a situation where our IMIT personnel, and of course we're a client of Shared Services Canada, or their access has been limited to the servers that are currently the HRM servers for short. You're correct, Commissioner.
And those servers are under this audit, correct?
That's my understanding, yes, Commissioner.
Yes, and so, Chief, when that happens, what's the protocol? Like, my understanding is that there has been downtime within the operations of the RCMP where it's impacted the work being done. Is that correct, or am I just not understanding it?
Is that question for me, Councillor, or Chief Superintendent Gray?
I think that one's for Chief Gray, because if you're, my understanding is that the audit has tightened so far that RCMP operations lose internet, lose access to that server, and it actually has diminished the ability for the work to be done in a timely way, potentially hours, until someone who is in place that gives the okay for some access to correct it. It's like an IT service call almost. And I'm wondering, is that the most effective way to be responding to it? And I don't know if it's, I might be, dipping my toe a little far into the situation, but if we've tightened it up too far that we are actually impeding good operational service delivery, maybe we want to revisit it.
Commissioner Kent, and through you, Chair, I just had to correct myself. I have somebody in the room with me. So it's RCMP servers are in the rooms held by HRM. And yes, there are recommendations in the audit that have since restricted access of RCMP and Shared Services Canada employees to that. And we were working through that, yes.
So you are working through it now?
We're hopeful, yes, Commissioner, that this will be solved.
Okay, and Chief Kinsella, because I assume that all of these audit items are within your mandate. Can you comment on that? It just kind of got me concerned that we may have unintentionally locked out a piece that is actually impeding service delivery.
Yeah, and through you, Chair, to the Commissioner. So what I can tell you, and all of the recommendations from the Auditor General are recommendations to the Halifax Regional Police. It's very specific Halifax Regional Police recommendations around a number of items. There's 39 recommendations in total. A number of those are public and a very much higher number are in camera because of the sensitivities around it. It might be helpful. You've mentioned a couple times just about your understanding of the circumstances. Might be helpful if you can just share a little bit of that understanding with us to help us, process further.
Yeah, and I would be happy to do that offline. I just was curious the audit, that was concerning to me, that there was operational downtime in order to get the right, and I've just sort of highlighted all the bullets, which is access to only those required for jobs, access only to that supervisory IT role, assigned responsibility to the function of the supervisory IT role. And if the supervisory role IT role is impeding operations, then that would be a concern for me. And maybe there's an opportunity to revisit some work with the Auditor General to see if because I just would hate to see that this was unintended and not a full scope of what the implications are of some of that kind of tightening. Because if IT goes down and it prevents our RCMP partners not to be able to do their work, that's a problem. If they have to wait for that specific person who has been given that specific role to get to either that location or get online on a platform that allows them to fix it, it doesn't make sense to me.
So through you, Chair, to the Commissioner, it probably will be very important that you and I connect offline on this, Commissioner.
Okay.
This is quite concerning. This conversation and information that you may or may not have. And we're going to have to look at some of the details in regards to, because you've said a number of things there that I'll certainly connect with you, and hopefully you can fill in the blanks for me. And it's important to remember, and I'll just caution, we're talking breaches of IT protocol. We're talking security issues for the Halifax Regional Police that on some level extend beyond HRP into HRM. So I look forward to our conversation offline. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, good. Thanks, Chief.
Thank you both. Are there any other members who have questions on this aspect of the report? Commissioner McDougall.
Thank you. If my sound or my audio goes out, I'm going to turn off my camera. I just wanted to ask Chief Kinsella, could give us a reminder in recommendation number 1, Halifax Regional Police should implement a process to ensure only complete and accurate information on security of IT operations is provided to the Board of Police Commissioners. Can you remind us what that process looks like? And just because it certainly sounds like a really good idea, but I'm just not quite sure exactly what it means.
So through you, Chair, to the Commissioner, and you did cut out just a little bit, so if I missed something, please let me know. I think I got the gist of your question. So recommendation number 1, Halifax Regional Police should implement a process to ensure only complete and accurate information on security of IT operations is provided to the Board of Police Commissioners. So you may recall, Commissioner, that in 2019, an initial report was brought forward to the board. And part of that involved some information that wasn't as fulsome as it could have been with the detail. And then that came out of the KPMG audit and some of the things that happened in 2017 and some of the reports that were put forward there. So from there, the auditor came and did their work and came back with the recommendations that they had. And one of the things that was identified was there wasn't a robust schedule of reporting to the board. So what they wanted to make sure with recommendation number 1 is that the board would be informed on a regular basis about what's happening with the state of IT. So what we did and what we initialized was a project management approach to this. And I mentioned earlier, a number of subject matter experts were brought in from IT, from policy, from HR, making sure that we had everything covered off. And then with the agreement of the board, we went to a reporting process that started in April. And then we had one in June. This is the 3rd one. We have another in December. So that was agreed upon by the board to have those regular intervals and check-ins. And then we put together a schedule of when we expected the recommendations to be completed and provided documentation for you to review and get a sense that they were done. And then you would have the opportunity to ask any clarifying questions. So that was the approach we took. That's how that recommendation came to be. And that was a recommendation right from the auditor.
So thank you very much. What I'm hoping is we will continue to see reporting in this sort of open and transparent way, so that all of these recommendations that are public will continue to be reported to us, and on whatever basis and schedule going forward. But thanks for the reminder of the process, and I appreciate that.
And Chair, if I could just put a little add-on in there.
Of course.
So one of the things, hopefully this provides some comfort, Commissioner, and through you, Chair, we have committed and have been doing very, very detailed backup supporting documentation because we know that the Auditor General is going to come back in 18 months. They're going to re-audit all of the recommendations that they gave us. So we are creating a library of information that will be there for the auditor's review upon their return. And really, it is the information, the evidence, so to speak, that we have met all the requirements and all the recommendations.
Commissioner McDougall, good? Okay, thank you. Any other commissioner with questions or comments? Seeing none, my comment was exactly what Commissioner McDougall mentioning was the number 1 recommendation, which is one of the reasons why we're here, because of the information that was shared with us in the past that wasn't correctly shared. So I'm happy to hear that not only we're continuing to get updates, but there's some documentation being collected to make sure that that information is updated as well. So we're going to move on then. Thank you, Chief, for that update. We'll discuss that further. 10.2.1, Commissioner McDougall, Board of Police Commissioners Work Plan Session.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to turn off my video because it seems to be affecting the audio. So I just wanted to mention that over the years, since I joined the commission in 2017, we've had a work plan day, which is usually something like 9 to 3, 9 to 2:30, where the commission comes together to discuss some of the priorities that we have. Both police services have their own priorities. And the question for us is always, well, what are ours and what are we going to focus on? What's the lens we're going to use continuously to, make sure that we're doing the work that we're supposed to be doing as a governance and oversight board. So some of the things that we agreed to look at over the years as a result of work plan were review of the policies, both of HRP and our own. Actually, the creation of policies came out of a work plan session, and also another work plan session ended up having us, the board, really request a fulsome public complaints process be made public so that the citizens could know exactly where to make a complaint if they wanted to do that. Initially was just in 2 languages, eventually developed into 4, and material distributed through a range of locations in the city. So we have had some of the focuses of our own work come through these different work plan sessions. The last one was in November of 2019, and as you've heard already, COVID has interfered in a number of ways, but also with changing membership in the commission. Some of the work that was assigned to different commissioners in 2019 hasn't been able to be completed. So what we'd like to do is have a session in November, and with your permission and agreement, have legislative assistant distribute a poll so that we can find a day when it's agreeable and develop a proposed agenda to bring that back in October. And I would really, I'm happy to take responsibility for the development of the agenda, but would like to have someone work with me to make sure that it's covering some of the items that we want to cover. The people who have been participating in this are just about everybody you see on the screen, and invited both Chief Kinsella and Chief Superintendent Gray, as well as other members of staff. And it is a public meeting. And during the last session, which we held, in fact, in a room at HRP, I think we had a number of members of the media attend for a very brief opening of the meeting, and then they decided they wouldn't stay on. So it's really an opportunity for us to look at what we'd like to focus on and establish some of our own priorities going forward. So I don't have a recommendation, but hoping that we can agree that this is a worthwhile use of time and that we can plan for something in November.
Thank you, Commissioner. Anyone have any questions on that at all?
My only question is, does this tie into the strategic plan for the commission?
Is it for the commission?
Yes, does it tie into the strategic plan?
Yep. Well, I guess this would, and Carol, maybe you can help. Would this be somewhat considered our strategic plan? And without calling the strategic plan, do we kind of consider this our strategic plan as the commission?
I think it actually is our plan. HRP has its own plan, and we've participated over the years in various stages of the development of that plan. But what we, I think, need to do is kind of decide what our own priorities will be as we look at their plan. And it's an opportunity for us to meet a bit informally and establish some of those priorities that we want to look at too. So I think, yes, it would be, without going through the whole process of a strategic planning day for us, it has the elements of it. We do look at strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, and that sort of thing. And we have had facilitators help us get through this day. And we would also welcome suggestions for bringing in anyone to do that.
Yeah, I totally agree with you, totally. I just want to be sure that we're careful that it does not run parallel to the strategic plan. Such things may be a little bit confusing along the line. If we tied to the strategic plan, that then create a working committee out of that would be awesome.
Good feedback, and me and Carol will take that back as we think about how we're gonna organize the workday. So thank you for that. Commissioner Chris.
I just had one quick question. Thanks so much, Commissioner McDougall, for the update regarding previous work plans. Are there any written records of the previous work plans, say the 2019 plan? Just for my own knowledge as a new board member.
Yes, there are, and we can circulate those to you.
Thank you. And I would suggest that you mentioned in your sort of overview that you were looking for volunteers to assist with the drafting of the agenda and planning. And having been involved in various strategic planning sessions, I would be happy to volunteer if that was needed.
I would really welcome that. Thank you.
Excellent. So we'll note that Commissioner Critchley and Commissioner McDougall will, and I guess me myself, as chair, will take that back and present a potential agenda and work plan to the commission to plan for our November meeting. So thanks for that offer. So seeing nobody else asking to make any comments, I'm going to move on. There's no motion attached to this item. So thank you, Commissioner McDougall, for that update, and we'll provide the commission with an update as we move forward. The next item, which is also under Commissioner McDougall, is the Canadian Association of Police Governance Annual Conference.
So, thank you, Chair. Should I read this motion first and then explain? Is that the process?
Yes, sorry, I forgot there was a motion. Yes, please.
Okay, the motion is that the Board of Police Commissioners approve the registration of the Board of Police Commissioners at the Canadian Association of Police Governance Annual Conference to be held virtually from September 28th to 30th, 2021. Actually, there is a First Nations conference which is taking place on September 27th, and both of those together have a rate of $850 per board or commission in the country, giving us 10 registrations for people to attend. So,
sorry, really quickly, just the motion that's on the agenda, just get a seconder for that.
I'll second that, Lisa.
Okay, thank you. And then Commissioner McDougall, do you want to change the motion to read the 27th to 30th?
I would like to do that, yes, because I think the first day of the First Nations Conference is particularly important in this year, as it's the first year in the National Day of Remembrance, and which is concluding or beginning on the 30th, but also extending through that entire week. The national organization, the Canadian Association of Police Governance, has 3 First Nations members.
Sorry, Commissioner, I'm not sure what your audio keeps cutting out. Are you further away from your computer than usual?
I can lean in a bit.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, let's try it and see if that helps.
Okay, I was just saying that the National Organization for Canadian Association of Police Governance has 3 First Nations members, and there is a focus on First Nations governance for police boards in the country where they exist. So I think it's important for us to understand that, and particularly this year. So I would encourage us to amend the dates from the 20 to include the 27th. And if anyone is agreeable, we can also include the amount for the registration.
So the resolution is registration and attendance of the annual conference. So if we're amending, we can just amend that as well.
Yeah, so the question also is, and you mentioned this, Commissioner McDougall, the First Nations Conference, which is starting on I don't know what's starting, but changing the date from the 28th to 27th. And is it the $800, does that cover both conferences? So you pay that one fee and then you're able to attend both conferences?
$850 includes both conferences and includes 10 different people to be able to sign in on any of those days to participate.
Okay, so let's amend the motion, and that should be a friendly, I'm assuming, by the seconder from the 28th to 30th. That's a friendly amendment.
That is friendly. Yeah.
Okay,
absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you.
And clerks, do we need to put the amount, or it's understood through the minutes that that's the amount for both conferences?
It's understood, and I've adjusted the date and posted a revised motion in the chat.
Okay, great. Do we need to also put the name of the other conference as well, or again, that's understood?
From my understanding of what's in the conversation, it is another day as a part of the same conference. I believe that this conversation, this motion capture it and does not need any additional information.
Okay, excellent. So the motion has been amended to read September 27th to 30th, 2021, rather than September 28th to 30th, 2021. So we won't vote on that yet. See if there's any further questions or comments from commissioners. Nope. So how we will do this is, as mentioned, the registration covers 10 members. So we'll put the information out there for the commission and potentially others that might be able to fill up those 10 spots. So we'll send that information to the commission when the time is right. And if there's nothing further, Commissioner McDougall, are we good to call for the question?
Question?
All right. All those in favor, say aye.
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 Of the amended, of the amended motion. And all those against, say nay.
Aye.
We'll just take that as.
That was, I missed an I in there.
Yeah, it's okay. That was my fault. I confused you. But that passes because the amendment was friendly and we just voted on the main motion. So thank you all. All
Chair,
right.
Chair Smith, just to confirm, that vote in the minutes will be reflected as unanimous. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
Sorry, that was my fault. Getting folks confused over here. All right. So
Chair,
commission,
excuse me, I just have one additional comment.
yes, of course.
We need to register before this Friday, September 24th, in order to meet the deadline.
All right. So we'll make sure that that gets.
Councillor McDougall, I will follow up with you directly to ensure that this is all done in time.
Got a thumbs up, so we're good. Thank you. There are no commissioner updates. So now we're moving on to our 10.4 Halifax Regional Police / Royal Canadian Mounted Police Chief updates. So we'll start off with Chief Kinsella and then go on to Chief Superintendent. Chris Leather is noted on my agenda, but I know that Chief Superintendent Gray is here. But Chief Kinsella, you go first.
Okay, thanks, Chair, and through you to the commission. On September 13th, I had the privilege of welcoming 7 new officers to HRP. They are part of our lateral hire program, and they include officers coming to us from other provinces, other police services, graduating from other police academies, as well as those who have completed their on-the-job training with HRP. And the majority of them have lived in other parts of Canada as well as internationally. And these 7 new officers bring to our service a wealth of experience and pride in the policing profession. September's road safety theme is back to school safety, as we can imagine, with the schools starting up and lots of kids and parents about. As Halifax welcomes thousands of students for the start of school, we are reminding everyone through efforts like Operation Fallback that involve primarily university students to have all of us do our part to maintain quality of life in our neighborhood. Also, in the month of August, motor vehicle violations, we issued 437 summary offense tickets. And recently, we had the opportunity to attend a commemorative service organized by Mothers Against Drunk Driving to honor those impacted by impaired driving. I'd also like to highlight incidents related to impaired driving for board awareness for the month of August. HRP charged 26 drivers with impaired related offenses. And last month in August, there were 70 calls for service to report suspected impaired driving, and 46 investigations into impaired driving were commenced. The investigations resulted from a combination of reports from the public and from officer observations made while out on patrol. And as always, we encourage citizens to call 911 if they ever see a dangerous or suspected impaired driver, so we can take appropriate action. And earlier this month, I was privileged to participate in the 2021 Harbor Swims for the United Way. This helps to support fellow citizens who are facing challenges in their everyday lives. And I appreciate everyone who encouraged me and donated to support my fundraising efforts for that most worthy organization. On August 28th, HRP representatives accompanied by our Central Division Commander, Inspector Jeff Clark, attended the Mulgrave Days events. It was a wonderful opportunity to connect with the community and show our support. The event included a barbecue, games for kids and adults, and we did also have a beautiful weather day as well for that. And our diversity officer, Constable Craig Upshaw, acted as one of the grill masters for the barbecue. And subject to any questions from the board, that is my report.
Thank you, Chief. The one, my computer just shut down. The one update that I know that some of the commission asked to speak about is August 18th. So is there anything you can provide? I know you provided media statements since that event happened, but anything you can provide for the commission, because we haven't met since those events. So anything would be worthwhile or appreciated.
Well, through you, Chair, we continue to work with HRM service providers and others in an effort to provide alternatives to the housing crisis that we're obviously all faced with. We are also cognizant of the ongoing impact that some of these sites have on the community. So we're working closely, certainly monitoring where we can, responding for calls for service as appropriate, and continue to try to get to where we all want to get to, and providing opportunities through the education piece and the alternatives that I know many are working very hard to bring forward and to get people into. So I'll leave it at that unless there's some specific questions that any of the commissioners have that I'm able to address.
Right. So I'll leave specific questions to the commission around that. I know it was mentioned that there might be some questions, so I'll leave the commission to do that. So we could, if commission would like to, ask Chief Kinsella questions now, or we could ask Chief Superintendent Gray to give her update. I'm not seeing anyone jumping. We'll do them both, and then you can ask your questions directly to the chief. So Chief Gray.
Thank you, Chair, and through you. And first, I want to apologize for my camera. If I'm not using it, it tends to turn off. So I know that's been distracting, so I apologize. If you can indulge me for a couple minutes, I'm actually going to read my update so I don't miss anything. As previously mentioned by Commissioner Thomas, September 30th will be our first annual National Day of Reconciliation, which has also been identified as a federal statutory holiday. So recently, the 30 Days of Action campaign was announced by the RCMP that includes educational events and resources during the month of September. RCMP Nova Scotia is also planning events to recognize September 30th and other dates throughout October. Reconciliation is a priority for the RCMP. Not only is learning from the past an important part of moving ahead, with a greater understanding, it helps us strengthen our relationship with those that we serve. With September 30th having identified as the National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, we have a number of important recognition and education opportunities that support our journey of reconciliation. The new holiday was passed to recognize and commemorate the legacy of residential schools. So we'll be raising the Mi'kmaq flag on September 27th through the end of October, which is Mi'kmaq History Month, and throughout this month, cultural items will be displayed at our headquarters in Garland for viewing and learning. Additionally, the RCMP teepee will be set up at various locations in the province and our district. And from September 24th to October 1st, it'll be at our headquarters at Garland. We also have a communication strategy to encourage all of our staff and membership to embark on a personal journey of reconciliation and participate in the numerous recognition and learning opportunities as we seek to understand and have conversations with our family, friends, and colleagues about our history and reconciliation and continue to raise awareness on these important topics. Some of the initiatives that we have, of course, is the 30 Days of Action campaign, which was launched by the RCMP, includes resources for every day in September that allows for continued learning. All of our employees and staff have been given orange ribbons across the province as a symbol of respect to honor Indigenous colleagues, families, and friends. In 2017, the Nova Scotia RCMP introduced an eagle feather. I'm actually going to show in our virtual world what it looks like. It's a new option for our victims, witnesses, and police officers to swear legal oaths, similar to a Bible or an affirmation. Indigenous spirituality believes there is a direct connection between the eagle and our Creator. The eagle feather can also be offered as a comfort for a client when interacting with employees at the detachments. The eagle feather was another first for the RCMP in Canada, and it's available with all 54 of our RCMP detachments in Nova Scotia. We had a ceremony at RCMP headquarters announcing the initiative, but moving forward this year, we'll be doing smudging ceremonies for all of our eagle feathers, which will be held in the district as well as headquarters. And October 4th, virtual vigils will be held to honor the lives of missing and murdered Indigenous women and girls. And all of this is available on our external website. On October 10th, Halifax District finalized a new public safety strategy in response to a period of increased gun violence and tension within our communities. As of August 10th, there have been 38 shootings compared to many less in the years gone by, which have resulted in injuries as well as homicides. Halifax District RCMP implemented a violence suppression initiative with the goal of targeting the source of the violence. This initiative directly contributes to and enhances the North Preston public safety strategy. which is also aligned with the recommendations from the managerial review that are previously briefed you on, conducted in North Preston in the spring. Some of these recommendations included implementing community engagement initiatives involving community office members, the community liaison, diversity consultant, and community groups as a way to build on our relationships, and initiating discussions concerning policing issues within the 4 communities. Ensuring the deployment of adequate resource requirements for the Preston communities with consideration to express officer safety concerns, as well as reviewing the current unit schedule to see that it meets employee and community requirements and expectations. We've already held 2 public information sessions in North Preston and East Preston. The sessions were well attended, provided community members an opportunity to interact with the district commander, provide additional feedback on our concerns, and it gave the police an opportunity to discuss our enforcement and community engagement initiatives. We've also have a good deeds ticketing program. All of our district detachments partnered with local businesses in a campaign to reward our youth for good behavior. For example, witnessing wearing their bike helmet, helping a neighbor, as well as other nice to-dos. The ticket includes a certificate to redeem for a treat at our local businesses. We also had a youth soccer camp between August 24th and August 27th. Preston Detachment members ran a youth soccer camp at the North Preston Community Center, and approximately 30 youth were in attendance. It also allowed the North Preston Detachment members to engage the community's youth in a more relaxed, although hot, session. We also had a community bike hub. During the week of August 23rd, North Preston Detachment members again led by the community liaison diversity consultant. They held several bike rodeos, and bike hubs were held in the Preston townships. During these rodeos, children with bikes had them repaired if needed, and those without bikes or helmets were provided with them. And in regards to the scheduling, Preston and the area now have 24 hours a day coverage, 7 days a week, and the schedule changes. This addresses the community's concerns by maximizing our coverage hours. In regards to the violence suppression initiative, it's also in the public safety strategy. It aims to directly reduce gun violence within North Preston and the surrounding areas through intelligence-led enforcement and disruption initiatives. There have been many positive steps and successes with this suppression initiative thus far, and we've seized 5 handguns in 3 different incidents, resulting in charges laid on 3 individuals. In our next steps in the initiative, will continue to be a main focus for our teams for the foreseeable future. Community engagement in the form of public information sessions continue to be scheduled, and our Preston members will continue to develop their initiatives with community youth. Further, a full neighborhood canvas is planned for the week of September, upcoming, and will provide investigators a one-on-one opportunity to educate the public on methods they can assist police in holding offenders accountable for these acts of violence. And briefly, an update on our body-worn camera initiative nationally. Our stakeholder engagement phase is just about to launch. We've completed a train the trainer session this past Thursday so that our employees from around the province who have been identified due to their current role will be going out into their communities to do the stakeholder initiatives. They're now required to engage a number of identified stakeholders and complete a thorough consultation and presentation to their identified groups. And the engagement piece will start this month and go through the fall. Nationally, on body-worn cameras, the procurement process is ongoing. The target date for the start of the phased rollout is this fall 2021. The first phase will see cameras deployed in 3 settings in fall: urban, rural, and northern. They have not been identified as yet. Following the initial deployment, the remaining cameras will be rolled out to all provinces and divisions over the following 18 months. We're presently developing our operational policies, procedures, and training to guide our employees, and will be finalized once the training and the vendor has been offered. And finally, this past Saturday, many of our members volunteered at the annual Special Olympics truck convoy held at CFB Shearwater. I want to thank all of them for coming out and assisting with the traffic control and marshalling the trucks. This was the 10th anniversary of the event, which clearly demonstrates our members and so many truck drivers' commitments to the athletes and their families. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Oh, okay. My screen was frozen. I wasn't sure if you'd hear me. So thank you, Chiefs, for the update. So I'll go to members, starting with Commissioner Blackburn.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. No, just a quick question. Chief Superintendent Gray just mentioned the body-worn cameras and the policies that are being developed right now for our CMP. Just wondering, once those policies are drafted, complete, and implemented, is that something that we would be able to have a look at as HRP sort of moves forward in drafting its own policies regarding the use of body-worn cameras? Just wondering if that's if those policies that our CMP come up with are something that we might be able to lean on as we go about our own work on this. Thank you.
Thank you for your question, Commissioner, and through you, Chair. Yes, extensive research and subject matter experts were used in developing and are being used in developing the policies. And yes, it's routine for the RCMP to share our policies and practices to any department, just as we would ask for them to share theirs with us. So that is that can be accommodated. When it comes to sharing with the commission, certainly once permission is granted through our policy center, that can be we can do that as well.
Beautiful. Thank you so much.
Commissioner Critchley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I had two questions for Chief Kinsella. So the first question I had was, I know that at the media event on August 19th, you had indicated that we are reviewing the situation in its entirety. And that was in relation to a question about concerns around name tags. And so I wanted to just get a sense of that review, and in particular what the scope of the review was, and perhaps as a follow-up, its status, so whether it's been completed.
So thanks, Commissioner, and through you, Chair. The review is continuing again in its totality with all of the information and feedback that we're getting from the community. As you can imagine, there has been a number of people that have contacted us. There's a few as involved persons, and there's a much larger number that have contacted us as, observers and what they believe have occurred. So we will continue to take the time that it needs to do a fulsome review. I can also tell you that there are, charges that have come out of that particular situation. Those need to be dealt with the courts appropriately, people given their due process, all of those kind of things. So we'll continue to do that. And again, wait for and have the opportunity to review all of the, various inquiries that we have, and in some instances, complaints.
Thank you. Just as a point of clarification, you mentioned that there had been information received both from the third-party sources and then complaints. Is the review separate from like the professional standards investigation, like formal investigation of a complaint, or?
Well, through you, Chair, to the Commissioner, these allegations of officers not having their name tags on, as one example. We do have some people that are concerned about that and have made complaints, so we're inquiring about that. It is, in some instances, a potential misconduct issue that has to be reviewed. In other instances, there may be an explanation as to why a particular officer did not have a name tag situated, whether they came to help from a different area, not generally in uniform, those kind of things. So, we have to get all the information we can and look at it in its totality.
Thank you. And would a copy of that review, when it's completed, be able to be made available to the board for review?
Well, there's, as an overview, perhaps I have to look into it. But what we're really talking about is personnel matters and the individual, potential allegations. And we take them all very seriously. Someone makes an allegation of what they believe to be true. We have to follow through and have the investigation. We don't provide, the copies of those types of reports, other than to the commission if there's a review, or for the officer or member of the public to review or question why something happened. So potentially, as a very high level overview, we couldn't get into the specifics of the employee issues and the investigative pieces around those employee matters.
Of course, yeah, thank you. And I just that's where I wanted clarification, whether the review was specific to personal, specific personnel conduct, contemplated under professional standards and the complaint process, or whether there would be more to it than that, right? Sort of a larger overview of say, the handling of the situation generally.
So currently we are investigating the individual complaints that are coming in, or in individual concerns collectively as a group. Anything else that is being looked at will obviously come forward, and questions will be asked, and we'll provide the appropriate answers at the time. But specifically currently, people are saying, Officer X did something, and we do a standard process. There's forms that have to be filled out. The commission is involved. And when I say the complaints commission is involved to make sure that things are tracked and reviewed. And then eventually there's opportunities, depending on the outcomes, for not only the officer to question what the outcomes were, but also the people that made the complaints.
Thanks so much.
All right, Commissioner McDougall.
So this is a question too for Chief Kinsella. Perhaps a follow-up to what Harry was asking. I'm absolutely unsure in my own head if there is a policy that says you must wear, any officer must wear their name tag, and or if there's a policy that says any officer must not, should not wear the blue line badge. Do those exist, or is that sort of something we believe or know, but not for sure?
So through you, Chair, to the Commissioner, there are policies in existence of what an officer can wear that are approved for the purposes of being a uniformed officer. And those are there. And there are constraints on that, right? And quite frankly, officers should be wearing name tags on the most outer level of clothing that they are wearing at the time. Sometimes, if officers have to change levels of clothing and inner and outer and those kind of things, we have to take everything into consideration to see, how they're presenting themselves and why they're presenting in a certain way. There is definitely a requirement for officers to identify themselves when they're interacting with the public.
And the blue line patch, is that something that's not standard uniform?
No, it's not, Commissioner, and through you, Chair. The blue line patch is not an approved item to be worn by the Halifax Regional Police.
Thank you.
Commissioner, any other members with questions or comments? Commissioner McDougall, then Commissioner Blackburn.
Sorry, I meant to ask this of Chief Superintendent Gray. Will there be body-worn cameras worn by officers within HRM during the test period?
Thank you for your question. Through you, Chair. We haven't been told specifically. However, because of our integration, we will probably not be selected at this point, but we haven't been told definitively yet.
Thank you.
Commissioner Blackburn.
Thank you very much. Just a quick follow-up question for Chief Kinsella. I'm just wondering if HRP has ever considered going from a a name tag scenario to a number scenario. I know some jurisdictions have moved from officers having their name on their uniform and moving instead to having their badge number or some other identifying number. Just, more for a safety issue, I guess, so that people are not able to, see an officer's name, look them up on Facebook and further identify them and their families from that. Like I said, I'm aware of some jurisdictions in Canada that have moved to a number system. Just wondering if that's something that's ever been considered at HRP. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner, and through you, Chair. So as a result of what's coming in, and I mentioned earlier with Commissioner Critchley, we do have some specific concerns and specific complaints in that area. So we're going to deal with those. And there is a renewed discussion on what is the best way to do it. I know that a number of police services also have both the officer's last name and a number. I also know that some just have a number. So we're looking at all options and seeing which is the best way for our members to be engaged and or identified through members of the public. One of the things that we like to do, and it could be circumstantially based and scenario based, all of our officers have business cards. We think that it's exceedingly important to hand out the business card when we're dealing with individuals in various situations when we go for calls for service. That's particularly important. So members of the public that we deal with, that we're serving, know who they spoke to and how to get in touch with them if they need to with any follow-up questions. So it is an ongoing discussion we're having internally. And as you can imagine, I really appreciate you sharing your view. And I would say just by the conversation, you're probably supportive of the numbering system. And it's a myriad of views that we have. We've also engaged conversation with the police union and are getting feedback from them as well. So lots of discussion on it. We haven't landed exactly where we're going to land yet, but it will be part and parcel of everything that has now come out of this particular incident.
Excellent. No, thank you. Glad to hear the conversation is underway. Appreciate that.
Chief Gray, I saw that your hand came up earlier. Did you have a comment you wanted to make?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I actually apologize. It was an item that I forgot to mention, and I would be remiss if I didn't in regards to our traffic safety and the 21 impaired drivers in August. But one of our police officers in Halifax District has actually achieved 100 impaired driving charges this year. And so I wanted to acknowledge him and his efforts to keep our roads safe.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Akinduju.
Thank you very much. I just wanted to identify with what Commissioner Blackburn said concerning number as regards name, but on a more holistic way. I just wanted to clarify also as to policy and operations. For example, identifying the police personnel, either by name or number, for me, it's should be driven by policy. Therefore, if a police man or woman wears the number or the name or does not wear that, that's operational. So I'm just trying to identify here carefully the line of caution in terms of governance when we're talking about police identity, wearing names, and that I would think that would be policy, but who wears it and who does not wear it, I would think that would be operational, and that's really deviating from what I thought we should be talking about.
Thank you for providing that context. And you said from the very beginning, you're gonna be the risk management commissioner. So I appreciate you providing that context for sure. Commissioner Critchley.
Thank you. Just one last point, and actually to Commissioner Akinduju's point regarding the policy operations distinction. I think that's obviously tremendously important to keep in mind. You know, the whole basis of civilian oversight, which is practiced, you know, in every province around Canada, is premised on this distinction between policy and operations. But I would also want to caution that you know, there's enough literature in this area. So, for example, there was the Morton report from 2012. You know, Senator Murray Sinclair produced a report in 2018 where and both individuals cautioned that that distinction shouldn't be overblown. You know, so as police board, we have very broad statutory duties, not just statutory powers, but the duties requirements. You know, so for example, under 53(3)(f), right, we're required to ensure that the actual delivery of policing services is in keeping with community values, right? So I would just caution that although of course we would never contravene the restriction in 55(1), that we actually direct, you know, in respect of operations, there may be times where it's necessary to ask operational questions, right? And I would just want to clarify that point.
Thank you, Commissioner. So seeing nobody else jumping forward, and we are at 3, and I want to give us a meeting before we go into camera. So I'll speak really quickly, and I believe that will be our, geez, I lost the agenda again. That would be our last item until we go. Yes. So on this item, it's been highlighted a little bit around the events on August 18th and how that has impacted the community and et cetera. So I want to just really make sure that we don't leave the conversation around the identification piece and the policy aspect of it. So I don't know what the motion that will be coming forward from Commissioner Critchley is regarding the petition, but I know it is related to the event, and maybe this could be a conversation for then. But I think it's important for us as the commission to understand, you know, the policies that are in place. And, you know, if you look at the police code of ethics, that does talk about how an officer should identify themselves and speak to a member of the public when going through an investigation. And as the chief mentioned, that there is policy in place that officers must be identifiable, et cetera. So what I would ask from the chief moving forward to whatever discussion we're going to have for next meeting is if those policies could be something that could be shared with us, and then also understanding of what will be done, because I know I've have the privilege as the chair to speak to the chief about these issues, and I know that work is being done internally, and it was just spoken about it here. But I think it's important as our role as the policy stewardshippers, if that's even a word, making sure that we are upholding our duty to make sure that policies are being followed. And I know there's investigations underway, and there's complaints that are being investigated, but just making sure that the policies that are in place for issues like this, that we know what they are and we know how to deal with them. So that's something that we'll take back at the next discussion. But I would like for us as a commission to just have something, if not in writing, but just more of discussion on what is being done to make sure that officers will continue to be identifiable in any situation, whether if it's the protest or if it's them walking down the street, because it's important that we do that. Other than that, many of the other comments have been made in terms of HRP, so I won't rehash them. And Chief, I'm not sure if you want to comment on that piece at all.
Thanks, Chair, and through you. So I'll just say and restate, you know, we have policies in place on what officers can wear. Beyond that, they cannot wear things that are not on the list. One of the things that are on the list currently within policy captured very clearly is officers shall be identified by the supplied name tag. You know, as a result of the 18th, that has generated new conversation, and you know, what does that look like? It's also you know, started us down the research area, and as I mentioned, a number of services have taken the tack that officers should or will have both a name tag and a number. Historically with HRP, the decision was made to have a name tag. So I've had very, high level conversation about this as we've gone forward. We're certainly having that conversation, and we can share with you where we'll land. Dress and deportment is exceedingly important in the way we present ourselves as police officers. Identity, we've seen where identity can become an issue. And that requires a degree of monitoring at the supervisory level, at the manager level, at the senior command level, to make sure that people are following and doing what is required. Those steps are being taken. And at the same time, we're having conversation about what is the best way to identify our officers. And I'm happy to share with you as the commission or hear your opinions as we did with Commissioner Blackburn, and take that, back to the senior management team, take that back to the frontline members to say, what are your concerns? And also it would be a good opportunity to have some input from the community, and their interactions. And to your point, if people are dealing with somebody in one situation, do the same rules apply in a different, or are we going to allow some latitude in there? So I think it is good conversation to have, and I think it needs to be done collectively with the various stakeholders and make an informed decision.
Thank you. And it's also great, or maybe great's not the word, but hearing from the union and being in conversation with the union also is in support of making sure that there's a clear way forward, and not just clear identification, but just a clear policy that everyone can follow and know what the line is important as well. So hearing from both parties, management and the union, that they want to make sure that they're able to follow what's out there in terms of policy is to me encouraging for us to keep that in line.
Right, and to your point, Chair, I think you were privy to the last management employee relations meeting, where that was a topic of discussion around the numbering issue. So, conversations are continuing, and we will certainly ensure that we're delivering on what we need to deliver as far as public safety is concerned.
Okay, thank you. In Chief Estella, really quickly, you mentioned that 400 summary offenses were passed out in August. Is that August, just August itself, or was that up to date? Sorry, that's not the proper term. Was that to date 400 have been handed out, or just of August? In August, 400 was handed out.
Yeah, Chair, it's just confirming it was in August.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, over the monthly period, a myriad of offenses across the motor vehicle code.
Right. Okay. Thank you. And for Chief Superintendent Gray, really quickly, I know we haven't had a chance to talk publicly as a commission regarding the RCMP comment on not providing the apology from the RCMP. So I'm just wondering if you can provide any high-level information on your end for the commission, since we haven't had a chance to talk about that.
Thank you, through you, Chair. As discussed in June, presented statement in June, Board of Police Commissioners meeting, and presented my notes after that, made a copy of that and sent that to all the commissioners. So I'll won't have to reiterate the statement. However, I appreciate that some are focused on an apology, but we're focused on, however, on acknowledging the harm the street checks have caused to marginalized community and taking actions, which in many of those actions I've spoken about today and continue to speak about. This is where we feel we can make the most difference.
The mute is killing me today. So thank you again, Chief, for just providing a quick high level. I know from many folks all around, and including myself, we did, as the commission asked, for a joint apology, and the RCMP said that they would be making a review and providing us with those comments accordingly, and that has happened. And we'll move forward from there and continue to work regarding the Wortley report recommendations and try to mend the relationships as we can. So thank you again, Chief Superintendent Gray. And nobody else is in the chat. So we are at the end of our public items. items for agendas. There's no added items. Items for future consideration. There's none at the moment, but we do have a few that we're going to keep on, and we'll put it in agenda setting, and commissioners will know as we move forward. We do have some in-camera items. So what I'll ask is if there's notices of motion, that we do notice of motions now, and then before we go in camera, take a quick break and have that discussion. So any notice of motions? I know Commissioner Critchley had one, so I'll let you go first.
I guess without really, judging the merits of the petition, just given the number of individuals who had signed it, I would want to make some sort of motion like that. We would move for a discussion of the request in the petition, and then consider possible follow-up after that.
Okay, so I guess the wording of that would be that the Board of Police Commissioners request, I guess I'm not really requesting a discussion. Ian, I might need your help here. The Board of Police Commissioners, we're not requesting a staff report. What is the motion that we're trying to get to? Because we want to have the discussion, but we also want to recommend that we respond to the ask of the petition.
Chair Smith, without having access to the petition until just recently, and to be totally frank, having a bit of sound issues, hearing Commissioner Critchley, I'm wondering if this is a conversation, and just asking the question, does this require a motion, or is this something that can be brought forward to the next agenda review meeting to determine how best to respond to this petition? And quite frankly, I am having some sound issues on my end.
Yeah, so I think it's all around. I'm not sure what's happening today. So could the notice of motion not be notice of motion, but if we just go backwards to the petitions, that the commission will discuss the petition request at the next meeting?
If that is the goal, then that can either be done through the agenda review process. And if there is a motion desired to have on the table, I would recommend making just a motion that we defer this, that the petition item be brought forward to the next agenda, to the next Board of Police Commissioners meeting.
Right. So if it's okay for you, Commissioner, what we'll do is we can work on a motion, and we'll have enough time to put it on the agenda, so then that when we come at our next meeting, a motion will be on the agenda for discussion that highlights what you're looking to do. So we won't have to put the notice of motion at the next meeting to discuss it at the next meeting. We'll make sure that it's on the agenda for our October meeting, so we can have that discussion. Does that work for you?
Yeah, just before I answer, I want to have my Commissioner Kent, I know she has her hand up. So if she has any feedback before we move ahead.
Yeah, is that okay to start, Mr. Chair? Yeah. Okay. So yeah, I just want to make sure that whatever we do, that I chime in on the support of bringing it as a specific opportunity for us to have a conversation around it. I just want whoever is on the agenda review committee to understand, from my perspective, I don't want it to get bumped and pushed out any further than it already is. I think it's a very important piece for us as a commission to have a dialogue on. Should any motions come out of that, so be it. But I don't want to delay it any longer. So I strongly support bringing it forward.
Yeah, and if we want to, as a commission, and we'll take this offline, and I'll ask the members if we can always hold special meetings, even though this is considered a special meeting. If we feel that we want to deal with this more timely before our October meeting, that is definitely up to us in scheduling, obviously. So I'll take that offline with the commission. If you feel that we should do that sooner than later, then we'll deal with it accordingly.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, obviously, Commissioner Kent, for your support. So I guess maybe in keeping with Ian's advice, I'll make a motion to defer. Is that appropriate?
Ian?
Yeah, no concerns there, and that'll formalize that, and we'll bring that forward to next year agenda review conversation.
Excellent.
Thank you so much.
Okay, great. Are there any other notices of motion from members?
Sorry, I need confirmation. Is that a motion to defer this item that you would like to make now? In which case there need to be a second or a vote on it?
I'll second.
So are we're deferring the petition? Is that what we're deferring? Just to be clear.
I don't believe it is necessary, but if that is the will, then yeah, that would be the motion that I would recommend, is that we'll move this formally to the next meeting and have a conversation about where to move forward through the agenda review process, if that is the will of the commissioner.
Right. Yeah, that was my request, Ian. So my apologies if I confused the matter.
All right. So motion has been moved and seconded to defer the petition for the receiving of the petition until next meeting, so we can have a discussion at our meeting, or before if the commission decides they want to deal with it sooner than our October meeting. Okay. So we are done our agenda. Sorry, I see Ian, you popped up.
Just confirming, was a vote taken on that motion?
No, it wasn't. So thank you. All those in favor of that motion, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed, say nay. Thank you, Ian, for jumping in on me. It's been a long week, and it's just Monday. All right, so we're gonna go in camera. So ask that we move to go in camera.
I so move.
Thank you. Move. There's a reference second by Commissioner Akinduju to go in camera. Our next meeting, if those who are watching its next meeting is scheduled to be October 18th. And Ian?
Councillor Smith, just two things on it. I'm just looking at our time. It looks like we will be going beyond the 3:30 advertised time. So just two things on it. If there is a motion to extend orders, this would be a good time to do that. We will have to move back into the in-public meeting to conclude our meeting. So just letting everyone know that if we do move in camera now, that we will be going back to this. We would require a vote on the motion to extend orders and the vote to move in camera.
All right, so let's move the motion to extend.
So moved, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Kent, seconded by Commissioner McDougall to extend. All those in favor say aye.
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 And we did get a mover and seconder for it to go in camera. I don't remember who that was. Apologies. But we did get a mover and seconder.
So Blackburn and Councillor Kent.
Okay, great. All right, so we'll return to this link after in camera.
We will be, and just confirming that that motion to move in camera was passed unanimously.
Yes, we voted on it earlier, and I should have.
Just making sure. Yes, and we will be returning to this meeting, so please go to the in-camera link that is in your calendar invitation under the in-camera section, and we will be returning to this meeting afterwards.
Yeah, so we're leaving this link. We're not staying in this one.
We are leaving this link, going to your Teams calendar invitation, and we will be returning back to the Zoom link to end the meeting afterwards.
I don't have I'm looking now, I actually don't have an in-camera link.
Yeah, neither do I.
It is under your calendar invitations. There is a in-camera calendar invitation that would have gone from 1 to 3:30. The meeting has started. You should have all received a notification. We will resend the calendar invitation now in case anyone does not have it.
Yeah, I don't.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. The in-camera session has just completed and members will be returning to the public meeting. As soon as we have quorum and membership is here, we will be starting the meeting. The holding slide can come down and microphones and cameras can be released to the members. Chair Smith, it is Ian McLean. We do have, it looks like we have quorum of members who are in the meeting. You should have the ability to unmute and start your camera.
I can't put my camera on either. Well, I can folks hear me?
We can hear you, Counselor.
Okay. Yeah,
can you try your camera one more time?
Yeah, it says you cannot share your video because host has stopped it. But it's honestly we're okay. We're good now. All right, so we're back after in-camera session. If you, as clerk, if you could post the motion to be read in the record in the chat, that'd be great. All right, the motion is in the chat, so whoever wants to take that on to read it in the public record, that'd be great. Oh, folks can't unmute.
We're good now.
There we go.
All right, there you go.
All good. Do you need someone to read the motion?
Yes, please. Yep, whoever wants to take it on.
All right, I can do that. I move that Halifax Board of Police Commissioners 1 forward the complaint received by the Municipal Clerk's Office on August 26, 2021 to the Police Complaints Commissioner per Section 73, subsection 6 of the Police Act, and 2, direct that the contents of the in-camera session of the September 20th, 2021 Board of Police Commissioners meeting be maintained private and confidential. I so move.
Second.
Moved and seconded. we can't discuss the item. So I'll call for the question.
Question.
All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. That motion passed. Our next meeting is October 18th, I believe. I don't have it open, but I believe it's October 18th. And if a special meeting is scheduled, we will make sure the proper notification is given. So with that, have a member call for adjournment.
I do.
Thank you, Yemi. Appreciate it. Have a great day. Good first meeting, new members, and everyone enjoy the rest of their Monday. Yeah.
You too. Happy birthday to your daughter.
Oh,
Yes.
thank you. Thank you.
Go do some birthday stuff.
Yes, yes. He's waiting.
Welcome,
All right,
welcome
see
to
you.
the hot seat, Yemi.
I know.